Bale, orain bai. Sentitzen dut prisa sartzen egotea mundu guztiari, eta pixkatagoa fiesta zibiltzagatik, baina hastekoak garatze 18 minutu berandu.
Good morning. She's saying a few words in Basque. As soon as they go back to Spanish, we will continue interpreting.
Momentuak gero hitz egiteko denun artean, sozializatzeko, eta abar. Bueno, Jon eta bi hori dagokigu gaurko sarrera egitea, saiatuko gara.
If you're looking for the interpretation, please bear with us. They're speaking in Basque. As soon as they speak in Spanish, we will continue interpreting. As I was saying, we're going to speak now in Spanish because we have interpreting to English and Italian. We have people from Austria and Italy that have joined us, also from Sevilla. So I will be speaking in Spanish. First of all, we want to thank you on behalf of SOS Racismo Gipuzkoa. Thank you for joining us in this rainy, horrible November day. And also thank you for the effort made by everyone here. We know there are not many workers, and it was also an effort for them to join us. I'm looking at Daisy, but I want to thank all of you for joining us. I wanted to be brief, but in my introduction, and I wanted to explain why SOS Racismo is organizing a session like the one today, because everyone knows us through the labor union task we carried out working with household and domestic workers that come from abroad and also locals. And I want to thank you for the work that has been carried out on creating awareness regarding their labor conditions and health conditions. This has been what we've been doing in the last years, the last 10 years. And for the last 2 years, we've received calls and contacts from employers that were interested on how the contracts had to be made for their domestic workers and carers, what were the conditions that needed to be complied with, and to be sure that we knew what was what had to be done. We started to be in contact with employers then, and we asked questions to ourselves. Where is the information gotten from for employers? Where do they go to? Because each of us here now can become employers at one point. So where do we start? Where do we get advice from? And these are all questions that we were asking ourselves since 2 years ago. Many employers started to contact us. And we really didn't know how to address this or how to shape this idea to work on the issue of employers. And we got to know the project Resistire, and we have colleagues from the University of Deusto who will be explaining this project for further. But we had the opportunity of working on a pilot project regarding this possible search of an alliance with employers to get a better working rights and conditions for the carers and domestic workers, and we also worked on the rights together with employers. 10 months later, we've put in place this project, this pilot project, together with our colleagues from Resistire that I will be introducing in the first panel. And I will also online, we will get to meet 2 colleagues from the International Federation of Domestic Workers and the IFAD, which is a European Union. And these are also some of the contacts we've made in the last 2 years at a European level that work with carers and caregiving from different or in different spheres. In the next panel, we will have our colleagues from Austria and Italy with very interesting experiences, and we really wanted to them to join us because it is always nice to get to know other realities of other associations and people in other places. So thank you for coming from other countries in Europe to share today's session with us. And finally, we will have a panel where we will speak about the proposals coming from the pilot project that we will explain in the first panel when working with employers, workers, and public institutions. And we have the mayor of Errenteria and someone else from with institutional representation that I will be introducing later on. And now I'm going to give the floor to Jon Gambra, who is the director of the Human Rights, Democratic Culture, and many other things, the Department of the Provincial Government of Gipuzkoa. And thanks to their department, we were able to organize this meeting today. So thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. He's saying a few introductory words in Basque, and we hope he comes back to Spanish to be able to continue interpreting for you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Lan egiten dugu, bai migratzaileekin, beste LGTBI kolektiboekin, aniztasun funtzionalekoekin, eta beste egin batekin. Eta, pixkan marko horren baitan, Gipuzkoako SOS Racismo ere, lankidetza sakona eramaten dugu aurrera, hitzarmen bat ere badegu, eta, urteak da, gai honetan ere, lankidetzan ari gerala, ezta. Horrein dela urte gutxi ere, Gipuzkoako etxeko langileen inguruko diagnostiko bat egin zan, eta, horre gure laguntza izan zenuten, eta, gaur plazerra da hemen zuekin egotea, ezta. Eskerrik asko beraz. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for inviting me to share this morning with you. In the working group of domestic workers, you've asked me to be present today, so thank you for inviting me. As I said before, I want to be brief, but I would like to share with you some ideas I believe are important. First of all, I would say that with the incorporation of women in the labor market, the social tasks and functions that traditionally were carried out by housewives in families, like the care of children, the cleaning of the home, or the care of the elders or of the ill in families, is something that is now being done by professional external workers. External to the family, let's say, but sometimes they also live in the same home. These workers, you yourselves generally are women, migrants, and in some occasions you work in a very precarious situation. An important factor for this precariousness is not having the legal paperwork to be working here, so you're in an irregular administrative situation, which makes you work in cleaning and domestic work in an irregular manner. This situation of irregularity sometimes makes you victims, and sometimes they attack your rights. Sometimes you work with no holidays, no free days, and for many hours without being able to have your own life, and as a consequence going through a situation of isolation. Of course, not everything is bad. There are many families that host you as one more member of their family. So not everything is bad. I believe we've all observed a clear evolution in the last years of how we've been able to progress in this field. Still, we need to progress even more. I live in a small town in Gipuzkoa, and I believe it was around 20 years ago when we started to have the first migrant women from Latin America that came to different homes to take care of elders and people that were dependent. During those years, these women worked for 24 hours per day, 365 days per year, with no rest and for minimum wages, and they had to be thankful and grateful because they were getting a job, as if they were someone was doing them a favor. But this has changed a lot. my surrounding area, the families are aware of how these women have their rights, need to rest, need their free days, and that a person cannot take care of someone for 24/7. There are still abuse situations, but they have been significantly reduced, and the change is unstoppable now. However, there are still many gaps and discriminations for this collective. I'm not a lawyer nor an expert in the issue, but reading about this, I've seen that this year the Kingdom of Spain has been condemned by the European Justice because the Social Security regulation that excludes these domestic workers from being paid when they are on leave for an accident or an illness is something that the European Court of Justice says it cannot be. So we've tried and we're all working so that this discrimination disappears and that everyone has the same rights in which their origin or gender has nothing to do with their labor conditions. So thank you for the work you're carrying out in SOS Racismo with household workers. You fight for the rights of the collective, but also I believe this is a very good tool and a powerful tool to create a community and a network and provide mutual support, something that we could see during the pandemic when things worsened. People that from one day to the other were left with no jobs, people that were living in the home with a family and that suddenly were rejected and didn't have a place where they could sleep. And here we were able to see many of the hidden realities that we were not aware of and that became more visible. He goes back to saying a few words in Basque, so we will continue when they continue speaking Spanish. Thank you.
Bueno, eta ya que has mencionado al grupo.
As you mentioned, the domestic workers group, and I'm going to introduce the next panel. Thank you, Jon, for joining me and for opening today's session. So we start with the first panel. Elena, Tatiana, and Anton, please join me, and we can speak about the pilot project we've been working on in the last few months.
Y empezamos la mesa en hora.
And we are starting on time. We are going to try and explain in the easy to follow way the work that we've carried out in the last 10 months with Anton Elosegui, one of the employers that has been involved in the initiative Live Employers that I will be explaining now. We also have Elena, that is a researcher and professor, no, not yet, a researcher at the University of Deusto, and is a member of this team that has been working with us and guiding us in the Resistire project. And Tatiana Bellorin, who is a colleague from SOS Racismo, and she's been the person in charge of this pilot project. So having said this, we would like to start by explaining the Resistire project, how all these ideas come up, and how we have the opportunity of starting to work on this project. I will first give the floor to Elena, who is a part of this consortium, asking her what is the project, and please explain what is the framework for the starting point, what are the objectives of the project, and how we start working on the Resistire project. First of all, thank you for inviting me and congratulations for organizing this very interesting session. I believe this is a very big achievement for the project. Explaining Resistire in 2 words is complex. Resistire is a project of the Horizon 2020 framework funded by the European Commission. It's a project with many partners, 10 universities and centers in the EU, working and collaborating together. And the aims of the project are to understand what is the impact that public policies adopted because of COVID has had on gender inequalities in all its intersections and diversity. And secondly, to develop in a co-creative manner innovative solutions with pilot projects like the one we're working on with SOS Racismo, as well as developing recommendations for future public policies and guidelines regarding the next subjects that should be addressed in research. The project on domestic work came from a very long process. One of the stages of research were several workshops that we call open studios, where we bring together experts with different profiles and also people that face a specific problem to develop the innovative ideas that later on transform into pilot projects or recommendations. And more specifically, the project of domestic employment came from an open studio on the importance of the work that had been carried out during the pandemic in the caregiving and health sector at a formal level. That would be hospitals, homes for the elders, and health centers. But when we focused on this issue, we were aware of how all the informal sector, all those that were providing care to those that were vulnerable and dependent in private homes, were left out. So with this project, we wanted to make visible this situation, taking into account the difficulties of the pandemic when developing this work that is not acknowledged, sometimes in an irregular situation. And the reality that we are aware of exists mainly here in Spain. So we looked into what we were working on at the Open Studio, and we had the intention of focusing on the role of employers. Yes, in fact, I will. Yes, my next question is why you decide to work with employers as one of the pilot projects. In Resistire, what we want to achieve with pilot projects is to test possible social innovations, things that had not been done before and that can have a positive impact to address inequalities. And one of the original ideas of the Open Studio was how to engage employers, families that employ domestic workers, being an important agent in the role to improve labor conditions in this sector. We were sure that it was going to be difficult. Of course, there is a conflict of interest, but we believed we could address the convergence and divergence, and also work on raising awareness in this with employers and involving those that were already aware of what are the rights of domestic workers. So we provided a framework for the possibilities of, and that's when we decided to focus on employers and families. Of course, without leaving aside the agency of domestic workers. As I mentioned in the introduction, we work directly with domestic workers, but we were not in contact with employers. So our proposal to our colleagues from Resistire was to reach out to the employers through the domestic workers. So we turned around the paradigm, and we wanted a project with 3 stages. The first one was to generate spaces where they could meet, on the one hand workers, and on the other hand employers, to later on get together and think about proposals in the change of public policies, which has been a second stage where we've carried out and had meetings with different institutions where we've talked about our proposals, and we also carried out awareness activities. And here in the shopping center, the NIESSEN shopping center, we have one of the exhibitions that has come out, or one of the consequences in the best of these projects. So why did you decide to work with our project? What made you provide support to our project through workers, domestic workers, so that we could reach out to employers? Well, the call for this pilot project was very successful. We had many entities, and what we wanted is that you already had a group of domestic workers existing in the association. So the proposal was for them to have a main role. In previous stages of the development of the project, we talked about different ways of reaching out to the domestic workers, maybe through employers, just the other way around. And it was more a top-down approach. And in fact, what we wanted was for the experience and the contribution of the workers to be the core, and that we could generate networks with other workers and with other associations that also work for the rights of these women. This is a key element of why we chose SOS Racismo's proposal. It was because of your approach. Well, now we have to explain, or we've just explained what we're doing. And we have the 2 sides of this project here on the table. We have Tatiana, one of the technicians of the project, but also as a representative of domestic workers, some that on a Friday morning cannot join us, even though some of them are here. So Tatiana will be telling us about the process with the workers. Tatiana, can you please explain what the needs are and what the workers have been doing throughout this process to identify what their needs were? Well, first of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. It's an honor for us to host you here and to share the work that we do, and also to share our work with other associations. and everything we do in the domestic workers team and in SOS Racismo. When we started to have meetings with domestic workers, they talked about their working conditions, but they also talked about training, working hours, and these were the main needs that they mentioned. For example, I have to be trained to take care of a person, but I don't have the time to get that training. How do I do things? Who can I ask help for? Or if they're, where can I get that training from? What is the expense? We're speaking about workers that are in a regular and irregular situation. It is difficult for those that are in a irregular situation, because if they are in a precarious situation, the course is between 800 to 1,000 euros, and this was one of the difficulties that they mentioned. And of course, working conditions, that was long working hours, long days, the issue of wages, because there's no relationship between your wages and the hours worked. Many also mentioned that it is very positive to be trained, to be able to know how to assist a person depending on their kind of dependency. And they mentioned all of this. They also said that they missed a public space where they could get information. Like, I go to this place and they will tell me, you as a worker, these are your duties, these are your rights. And they also mentioned that if it wasn't for us at SOS Racismo, they wouldn't know who to reach out to, what to do, and where to get information from. So those were their needs. The needs of our worker are mainly that their working conditions are respected, and that we respect what is in the law and in the regulation, that it's not only on paper, but that it happens in real life. And that they also take into account the needs of the domestic workers.
And how has been the engagement of the workers in this project? What has been the profile? And those concerns, you have pointed out a certain number of aspects. What has been the profile of the workers that have been participated? How has been the engagement? The profiles have been different. There were workers they had papers, and but others was not the case, and some had back at home. There were nurses, and they had, but they couldn't have a convalidation of the were nurses, and those, but they were just asking for works that were. They were going to have a training course on, for example, care, and they it was a pity because they could not have the equivalence in these. They were just training, and they were just saying that it was not. It was a pity to have to be a nurse and having to have a training as a carer, for example. There were different profiles, and what they always want to get involved because they know that they are needs and there are jobs to be provided. So we try to take the most of the weekend. It was in the evenings, all over the weekends, because there were the hours that were more or less free and available for these project, and also to go to the other side, the employers, because we are most used to talk with workers. But what about you? What was the dynamics? What were the dynamics? So yes, it was quite easy with the workers because we have a WhatsApp group with about 300 workers, but the other side was more complicated. We thought it was going to be easy because we thought that the families were going to be a bit more involved in this terrain, because we need carers, and but we just so that we knocked on doors of associations and workers, and it was just like saying, well, I get an invitation, and then we will have to see. But it was a bit difficult to get in touch with the employers and the families. And I remember a case, they told me, you know what is the issue? Is that many families do not want to get involved. They just want to cover that need, and but they do not want to know about that anymore because it is so tiring, is that they just want to leave it behind and just want to forget. So these, but I like to get involved. I like to get committed. I just wanted to do something for those people, because my wife has Alzheimer, and I want to have a good care. And I've got a worker. She comes for a certain number of hours, and I just wanted her to take care of my wife. Don't care about the domestic work. I just want someone to be caring about my wife. I want to have a good carer. And he told me what I want is for those people to be trained, because as Alzheimer person needs to have good care. And so I just want someone to be with her. And so I think that commitment on behalf of families is quite complex, because we got in touch with many, and we've got Juan Carlos and other people that also we got in touch with them through mails, but 15 workers, 16 workers, it was impossible. So we just got together 3, 4 maximum. So it was quite complicated. So I think we have to give the floor to the employer. And Anton, you are employer, you are also a family care worker. In your case, and John, how many workers have you recruited for this kind of work? And good morning, everyone. You have introduced me as an employer and a carer, but I have to say I'm first of all a family carer. I've had to be a carer, and I am a carer for at least 3 years. And 6 years ago, I started to work as an employer. As I never thought before I was going to become a carer. I thought I was going to be a carer, not more, and not an employer. But to be an employer has been a quite great change for me. I've been a worker throughout my life and an employee, but you have asked me how many workers I've recruited. I'm nearly SMEs. I've got 3 workers because the person we care needs 24 hours assistance and care. Although she sleeps, that person sleeps very well, so I'm on my own. But for the daycare and for the rest of the day, I need 3 persons. One, she's there the whole day, full time. Another one that is just coming for to complete the day, and the other one for the weekend. And honestly, I find it very difficult. I've only 9 hours of work as a professional outside home, and I know cases. I know that some make it with one own person, and some do not want to, do not need their free time. You have mentioned, I think, or someone from the provincial council has said it was quite normal for people to have a live-in resident or live-in domestic workers. I know cases, but I think it is quite difficult to have fully dependent person with less than 3 carers. It is very difficult, but it's also very difficult from an economic point of view. We have too good wages and pensions, so we have been able to cope. But when we reach that level of dependence, as the one of my wife, they usually take their family members to homes, to elderly homes, and I ignore the percentage of people that are in elderly homes or care homes and those who stay at home. But when you reach that level of dependency, I know that some people have 2, 3 people, but it's not quite, it's not something that happens every day. So, and John has been one of the employers that have been shows the greatest commitment and engagement. I have a question for you, Anton. Why did you really started to participate, enroll on this project? Well, I've never thought about being an employer. We were self-sufficient at home. We never thought about needing care or help whatsoever. I've never thought before having a domestic worker at home. But when I faced this situation, I would have loved the administration to care about us, because we constantly receive messages telling us we have to keep our loved ones at home. They want us to have them at home and to take care of them, but it is very difficult. It is not possible in many cases. I would have loved to stay at home and have a specific help, and to have another employer, for example, the administration, but this is not possible. And I also have to say that I have had great chance with those who help me at home. I have to be thankful. And as I already was in contact with SOS Racismo Gipuzkoa, when they told me about this project, I really loved it, and I thought it was very interesting. And this project is not only looking at the labor relationship, but what is the best for both parties, which is the care and the dignified care, and that's what I felt it was the best thing about that. To have a decent care, we have to dignify those this kind of care. So that is good for both parties, for the employees and for the employers. And so that's our major concern. And as I've mentioned before, and I hope it will be possible in the near future, the administration and also the governments and the states have assumed the fact that children are a matter of administration, and we create a system that cares about children, and they go to school, but in the last stages of life, and is left in the hands of families. And on the one hand, we are not ready, and on the other, family is our one and only objective, and sometimes we just lose this support. And therefore, the model that they sell us, so you have to keep your loved one at home, and it is not always possible. I think it is not. We haven't got the same model as in northern countries. So you have put on the table a certain number of strong reasons, but it has been very difficult for us to meet great number of employers. It had been difficult to get together, to meet together, employers and workers. Why do you think they haven't been so many to join in this project? So this conference is entitled Employers and Decent Work for Domestic Workers. I cannot say anything about the work and carried out. I cannot talk about the employers because in my world, or according to my experience, it's just I'm a part, I'm a part of the world of the workers and the carers, because I am a member of an association for Alzheimer patients, and I know what is the situation. I can say that the people are stressed, and these dependencies, when they come in a late stage of life, are difficult to manage, and we are not ready to face them. We have been lucky because in my home things have come slowly, but in other cases they have to change their life from one day to the other because the situation changes, and they got a diagnosis, and they have to learn how to care, and also they have to learn how to be an employer and to get an agreement or to have a contract, and the great majority of them, of people have been an employer, they have no experience in those matters, and they have to accept the contract they are given. But they are forced sometimes to become an employer, and this is quite stressful. And it is why these proposals of this platform, of this project, Resistire, these proposals are very interesting. About the stress and the burden is important. I haven't mentioned it, but we are old, we are, and in some cases, they are, we have our sons and daughters that are still working, yes, but they have their own lives. But it is difficult when we are retired. Of course, our life changes. But when you work, if you are younger, and if you have to care about your father or mother, it is difficult, and they have to stop working. It is a great disruption. Yes, they are younger, they are stronger, they could get more involved in the care, but they have other concerns, they have their own lives and work, and so it is much more complicated in many cases. And I think it would be different in the case of the domestic work without dependency, without care. I guess it's different, but I'm not sure about that. And also we have to say it is something new. For example, the unions have been fighting for many years in many sectors, and if you fight, for example, as supported by trade unions, you can win. But this is quite new, so employers do not see any advantages in this fight for the time being. But if we get enough number of employers in this sector, and if we see advantages, and if we achieve a certain number of things, we might be joined by more employers, but the situation is what it is. So you believe that the alliance between the employers and domestic workers, and these are the ones that care about people. And so you think the partnership or the coordination and agreement between employers and care workers is essential? Do you think this partnership or this alliance has a future? Are we going to follow this path? Are we going to open the eyes of the employers and see the values and the advantages between this partnership and these associations between both parties? Yes, I'm quite positive about that. I think it's possible, yes. We are not going to jump on the occasion. There are not going to be many. We are not going to get 15 people meeting all together. That's for sure. But I guess it's going to be possible at least to be able to present a certain number of results, and I think it is going to be quite helpful. We also have to be able not to be too demanding. We have to be sure about what we're asking. Sometimes we only want them to bring about information, filling in forms and or surveys. To attend meetings, it's another matter. But I think it's possible, and we need these meetings. We need these coming together. You have already pointed out the proposals that have been put on the tables. And one of the results, and then we have made a spoiler also, we think that there have been a list of proposals that have been made, looking at the needs both of the employers and the domestic workers, and the proposals of both parties that could be feasible with the local administrations, local authorities. We have proposals at short, medium term, and if you believe such proposals exist, what are these proposals? I think Tatiana and John also can talk about these proposals. I'm going to talk briefly about these proposals. Of course, one of the proposals that were made after the looking at the needs of both parties was the creation of an office to create an office for all those people needing guidance, consultancy, when you need some kind of assistance or care, and also a label, quality label for those carers, so to have a certain number of minimum requirements for those services. We know that workers, social workers, have to attend many people, and they sometimes take the most of those workers, and they are going to not to respect all the labor law with those workers. So a label, a quality label, would be great to have it to be also verifying the quality criteria of the both parties. And the third proposal that is on in the pipeline, it is having a certain number of resources to work. So both previous proposals, of course, will need time for their development and their amendments. And also we need to have different projects that could represent an improvement of the existing situation. So these were the three proposals, both at the short, medium term, that came out of these proposals. So both the families that are hiring workers and both for the domestic workers. This office for employers and domestic workers, a quality label, and these workers are, or these agencies that are hiring are also in Austria and in many other countries. And of course, there should be an awareness raising. These are the proposals that are coming out of this project, and we would like to see whether more employers and domestic workers join us on the way. So I don't know whether you want to add something else, but I would like to end with a question for Elena in this journey, the fact of advising authorities and also getting together. We have had the pleasure of relying on the people of Resistire. We have been meeting monthly, and we also have talked about the major concerns, but sometimes we have found a resistance, sadly. In all this journey that has been quite tedious, we have had at our side these two people, and in July we had our colleagues visiting the facilities and in place. And so to finish up, before going to the Q&A session, I would like to ask Elena, all these takeaway messages or lessons, when you think about Resistire, this platform as a set of project, as a set of proposals. What are the lessons drawn of this experience? We have drawn a lot of lessons. It has been a rewarding experience. The process has been a journey to get to know the Spanish reality. And Spain was in the midst of major changes. You have mentioned the judgment and also the ratification of the World Trade Organization agreement, and it has been an important moment, and we were particularly happy to get things moving from SOS Racismo, which is they were fighting for the rights of migrant workers, and as you have already mentioned, you faced many concerns when achieving alliances, but I think you have enlarged your network of relationships, both with the feminist organizations, with cooperatives and those who are already working with these domestic workers. The networks are of major importance in this sector. In the civil society, the fact of having organizations and the initiatives that have been implemented during the pandemic to better deal with concerns that these networks, it's more and more important, and these links are more and more important. Tatiana has just mentioned that the feminist group of another province nearby is also interested in this project. This is very important for Resistire. These pilot projects are having a certain degree of success locally, and I think we could carry on working.
Muy cortito, pero creo.
It has been a very brief project, but you've planted the seed, and I believe it is very powerful to have these proposals on the short, medium, and long term, so that we can present these joint proposals, which is probably the added value of the proposals you present to the administration. For me, it continues to be important, everything that has to do with raising awareness that you've also taken into account. And in fact, we will go and see the exhibition. And as it has been mentioned before, in the domestic work, there continues to be many erroneous and biased narratives on the rights and duties. To be able to deconstruct all of these erroneous narratives is a task that you've contributed to. So we've learned so much. And I probably forget something. I don't know if my colleague has anything to add. And as Anton said, it's wonderful to have this alliance, and probably in the future be able to work with families too. The contribution of the next panel, who already have organizations of employers' families is going to be very important. In fact, this event in itself is very important, that you've been able to work in network with other organizations that are also tackling the same issues, and that we can share ideas to be able to continue growing, sharing best practices, and continue moving forward. Thank you, Elena. All of this process is now becoming more systematic, activity after activity, and conclusion after conclusion. And in a few months, we will be able to make it available to anyone that is interested in knowing more about the work we've carried out. And to finish this panel, we have around 15 minutes for questions. Even though we've tried to give you all the information we could on the pilot project, maybe there's things that haven't been mentioned or that you have questions or doubts about. So the floor is yours, and you can ask anyone on the panel. And our colleague Marlene is here with the microphone, so please use the microphone if you have a question.
Sí, bueno, a mí en la parte...
Regarding the proposals, I don't know if you've taken this into account, but what is the role of the administrations to foster this way of working? I don't know if the platform or this way of working. One of the needs is the legitimization that unavoidably the institutions contribute with when they support and raise awareness. And I believe this will be linked to what Anton said. And my question is the following. Isn't it possible that there could be a role of the administration, an significant role as intermediaries when you employ, because you've talked about an information office, which is very necessary. But beyond getting information, this role of the employment agencies that sometimes really are not a support. In fact, they support non-decent working conditions. So could this be something that maybe through Lanbide, that is the employment department of the Basque Country, or others, like Anton said, maybe this could be an objective that you said this is something that exists maybe in other countries, or maybe I didn't understand you. But I don't know if this will be able to see this really progress, but maybe an intermediate stage.
Cuando menos lo de las agencias.
At least to do something that substitutes these employment agencies, that they administration knows who wants to employ, or that those that are going to become employers. And then we will talk about the right of the private businesses to work in this field. I believe it should be public, but that they have the possibility of bringing together people that need to employ someone for care or housework, and workers and domestic workers and carers. That they would have a role, the administration would have a role that would guarantee decent working conditions. And I'm sorry I'm taking so long with my question.
Puede tener una traducción en el ámbito local.
And I don't know if this is something that we can work on in a more local manner, because, for example, the involvement of an institution like the town council, and here we can talk about the experience in this specific municipality. But I believe that at a local level, the apparent contradiction between a society that seems to be progressive, but in fact we see a difficulty of employers being engaged with this issue of trying to have decent work for everyone, so that the patients are well cared for and the workers are well cared for too. So
puede ser bastante mayor que otras.
So maybe the role of the town council or city council could be significant, maybe more than that of other administrations, and maybe that institution is seen as an institution that legitimizes the situation, and this could encourage a part, because I believe a part of the society in Gipuzkoa is very progressive. When it affects us directly, then things are seen in a different manner. So how could we progress? Because people say, yes, it's great that things improve, but I don't want to get involved at all. Or just the opposite, making the things more complex for people that have a difficult situation. Like Anton said, we don't have too much money and we have to provide care.
Que vosotras asesoráis y acaban teniendo derecho.
Because part of the people that you provide advice to finally ends up being a problem for the employer.
Bueno, en definitiva, creo que ya he dejado claro.
Sorry, I hope I'm being clear, or you know what I'm asking. But everything you've been saying, it sounds wonderful. I don't know who wants to answer. Maybe let's get to a couple of questions more, and then we will give the answers to these questions.
Bueno, mais que uma pergunta é uma curiosidade.
More than a question is something I'm curious about. How many women employers have participated in the project? How many women were the ones that were employing these carers or workers? Any more questions? We have a question regarding the involvement of the local town councils. And I believe we have an answer. Yes, I was thinking about the work that you can access publicly. And that would be something interesting, because this would provide help to, or we could provide information to the workers, but also to the families about what they have to do. It's a job pool or a job list in a job center beyond this office to provide information. And we will also include different things here. For example, maybe putting them in contact with a cooperative. We know that in Hernani we have a Maitelan, this cooperative, so we can put them in contact, for example. Or if this they are put in contact with a private company, that there is a follow-up afterwards, and that, of course, We raise awareness. We provide information and not misinform both workers and families.
Comentar o añadir a esto,
I would like to add something to this. One of the main things when we started to work on this was this job pool. And that's something that we started to work on here in Errenteria. And we're maybe doing a spoiler, because in the last panel we have that Council of Errenteria, and they have idea about something that they can create. And probably they can tell us about it later on if they want to, or I don't know if they want to take the floor now and give you an answer now. Later, they will talk about this in the last panel. But yes, at a local level, there was an experience in Errenteria, and they want to continue with this in the future, in the near future. And also, we believe this information office is very important, but also that there can be an intermediation. If you put someone in contact, we have to be aware if we send them to those companies that are getting money and providing misinformation to both workers and families. That's someone we want to pressure through a quality seal, or are we going to work with those that are self-organized in projects like Maitelan? So we also want this to be taken into account in this information office, and that there is a follow-up. We don't know if all this that we demand is something included in the proposal of the Town Council of Errenteria, but there is a proposal, and they will be explaining this after a coffee break in the last panel. And there's one other question regarding how many women employers were part of the project. Well, let me think. There were 6 men and around 8 to 9 women participating. We had a group of 15, but as Anton said, those that really came to the meetings were 2 men and 3 women. And the rest participated through email. We sent them proposals. They told us about what they wanted to contribute, how they would change these proposals. So it was 9 women and 6 men, if I'm not wrong. Anton, is there anything you want to say about women employers? Are there women employers? Do they get more involved or not in all of this? The only thing I can say regarding this is that in this world of care, women are 70, maybe 80%. And it's usually the women that are caregivers and that have to become or caregivers or employers of caregivers.
Bueno, simplemente eso, ¿no? Que...
And that's really all I had to say. Regarding knowledge and previous experience, some of these people find themselves in an even worse situation than men. And they need to sometimes be able to contact those companies we were talking about to be able to find workers. My experience with the group I participate in, and as I was saying, a great majority of them are women. I couldn't find many. I did got someone to come to one meeting, but then she didn't come back. Well, we have 5 more minutes for one more question, if there is another question. And if not, we will give the floor to our colleagues online that are ready to participate. No more questions? Well, thank you so much to the whole panel. Thank you for participating and for answering all questions. And now we're going to give the floor to our colleagues. And they're going to participate online, and Marlene will be introducing them.
Bueno, buenos días a todos por estar aquí.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. And I would like to thank Grace Papas from Belgium and Carmen Brites, who is now in Peru, where she's meeting different Latin American organizations to speak about social security in domestic work. We will first give the floor to Grace Papa, who is the political secretary for IFAT. That is the Federation of Food, Agriculture and Tourism Union, and they also represent the domestic sector in this federation. She's been working in this federation as regional secretary in the Belgian union that is in charge of household workers. From there, they coordinate the activities that have to do with household workers at a European level. And later on, we will have Carmen Brites, who is the organization vice president of the Argentinian Union for Household Workers. She is the vice president of the International Federation of Domestic Workers. That is a federation that brings together different international organizations and is represented in many countries in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Europe. The International Federation has always raised awareness regarding the working rights of workers with the changes in the domestic sectors, the changes that are being generated and should be put in place with the support of unions. For example, in Spain, we're in the first stage of changes. So I will now first give the floor to Grace, who will be speaking about what the EFFAT is doing at a European level. Thank you.
Everybody, I hope you all hear me well. Thank you so much for inviting me to this conference today. Thank you, Marlene, for this invitation. I am Grace Papa and I work for EFAT. EFAT is the regional secretary of the International Union Federation, and we represent workers in 37 European countries, and we have approximately 120 national trade unions in Europe. We represent approximately 25 to 30 million workers towards the European institutions, and we exist since the year 2000. So I am now the new political secretary in charge of the domestic work sector, because EFAT, during this its last Congress, has voted for a new sector under EFAT, which is the domestic work sector. The domestic work sector is a an enormous sector in Europe, and there was no actual European federation representing these workers, and we see at national level that there is more and more trade unions organizing these workers and fighting for the right for these workers. So our members voted a motion within EFAT to ask to represent this sector at European level. So this motion, and since 2 years now, EFAT has built a new structure for the sector. We have a General Assembly, we have a president, we have 2 vice presidents, and we have members that participate in our structure under our executive committee, deciding for the direction that EFAT will take, both at political level, but also at trade union level. Myself, organized domestic workers for 10 years in Belgium, so I'm very used to work with domestic workers and understanding their needs, and we have together with EFAT built a action plan for 21-22, and we have set some priorities for domestic workers, and I'm going to explain them to you. But before that, I would like to just give you a little bit of figures of domestic workers in Europe. According to the European Commission, there are about 9.5 million workers in the EU 27, representing almost 5% of the total EU employment, which is absolutely enormous. It's comparable to the biggest sector in Europe, although domestic workers are still lack recognition, professionalization, and valuation. Among these, approximately 10 million workers, but we assume there are more because domestic workers are working behind closed doors. It's really difficult to have specific and accurate figures for domestic workers. So we assume there are more than 9.5, but let's assume that the numbers from the Commission are right. Approximately 6.3 million of these workers are legally employed, with at least 3.1 million are working undeclared, lacking recognition and access to fundamental workers' rights. Among them, 63% provide mainly direct care, which is care for the elderly or person with disabilities or taking care of children. And 37% are mainly household chores workers, such as cleaning, cooking, gardening, driving. But what we know is that when in some countries there are legal schemes that are regulating domestic workers, mostly the schemes are defining the precise and exact task domestic workers should provide, but mostly when there are no scheme and no regulation, a domestic worker in Europe, in most of the countries, would provide both care services and non-care services in an intertwined manner, which means a domestic worker would do everything. They would clean the house, take care of the kids, take care of the elderly, and take care of the disabled. And this is something that we urge the Commission to make sure that these workers are framed, that there is a scheme that framed the task, framed the service, and that they protect workers and that they can benefit from access to welfare and access to basic fundamental workers' rights. One out of the three PHS, well, in Europe they don't call domestic work, they call it PHS, which is personal and household services workers, but basically the definition is almost the same. So let us just use domestic workers. I think it's much more easier for everybody. So 1 out of 3 domestic workers are directly employed by the family or the end user, but the share exceeds at least 50% if undeclared work are included. 90% of them are women, and a significant part are undocumented migrant workers. Now, EFAT, based on that, we have been sitting together with our General Assembly, and we have, like I said, build up an action plan for the future years to come. So our priority really is to first of all, trying to build trade union power within the sector and trying to support our members at at a national level to support them organizing domestic workers. We organize workshops for them, we organize training for them, we organize also exchanges among the members that are very much advanced in organizing domestic workers, with some that have absolutely no idea how to organize domestic workers, to exchange good practices and to make sure that the information is flowing within the federation among our members. Secondly, we have also so this is the support that we are giving to our members directly. We also support them in their actions at national level, whether they are trade union actions, but also political actions. We provide them with the support. We give them a European platform, and we try to also build some transnational collaboration in their action and support between the members. We also set political actions at European level, because the European Commission fails to really create a legislative framework for domestic workers to make sure that ILO Convention is ratified and implemented, because in Europe, only 8 countries in the 27 EU member states, only 8 countries have ratified the convention, and almost none of them have implemented fully the convention. We have really great examples of good practices, such as Belgium, France, Italy, and even in Spain. We have a very good example of implementation of the convention, but not yet ratifying. So I would say the demography in Europe is really diverse. You have countries that have ratified but not yet implemented, and other countries that have implemented some principles but not yet ratified for some reasons, political reasons, etc., etc., etc. So EFAT has also set 3 proposals for action to the European Commission, and these are very important action that we try to implement also at national level. And the idea was to build a campaign around these 3 proposals for action, because we think that every domestic worker deserve a house of dignity and deserve fair wages and fair employment. So our 3 actions that the EU could immediately take to improve the conditions of domestic workers is, first of all, extending the scope of the directive on health and safety at European level. So at the EU, we have a very good directive for health and safety that applies actually to all workers within the EU. But this directive is actually specifically excluding domestic servants, which we understand domestic workers, to the scope of this directive. So this is a brilliant directive, very well needed directive, but it's excluding specifically domestic workers. So what EFAT is asking precisely is to recast, to reopen this directive to make sure that domestic workers are included. The second demand is that we, of course, call on member states to promptly ratify and implement ILO Convention 189 on domestic workers. And also, the last question is to promote EU social dialogue in the domestic work sector, because we know that we need a strong trade union, but we also need strong social dialogue, because with only political will, we really miss the whole social dialogue dimension. So we really want to emphasize the need to build up a social dialogue at national level, but also at European level. And we call on the European institution to support these three proposals for action. We have met with politicians, we have met with politicians, we have met with Commissioner Schmidt, we have met with some parliamentaries, and so we are in the process of making sure that the European Commission understands that we need to implement these demands, and we are figuring out to understand how to do so. So this was my intervention for EFAT. I hope you had a broad view and understanding of what we are doing. If you have any questions, I'm open to respond them. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Grace. ¿Alguna pregunta que queráis?
Any question, any query for Grace Papa?
No. Vale, pues no.
No question.
Grace, on se verra bientôt, j'espère. Ahora vamos a hacer entrada a Carmen Brites.
Now we are going to give the floor to Carmen Brites from Peru. She's been early this morning. Good morning, Carmen Brites. Could you, in a few words, explain what is your role in the trade union in Argentina, and what is the work carried out by the FITH? Could you talk about the fight carried out by FITH at the global level? Thank you very much for your invitation and for having invited me for this conference in Argentina. I am a head of an organization. It is a trade union for domestic work that was created in 2001, and we seek the visualization of the work carried out by the domestic workers, and we want to defend and struggle for the rights in Argentina. We've got a national act for these domestic workers that is protecting the legal rights, but also social rights of these workers. We have reinforced the workers, and also we seek to articulate our work with the state and the government, because when there is a political will, it is of greatest importance. This is my role in Argentina and my organization. And apart from being at the head of this organization, as you might know, in Argentina, trade unions have the right to be working in the social sphere. It is to care about the health of all these domestic workers. So in Argentina, we have got in my organization more than 400,000 workers in their we have 650,000 of workers that are affiliated. So my organization, my federation, was created in 2013, and it stems from a previous organization coming from Uruguay. We gather 86 trade unions from different regions. We have the Latin American region, European region, South Africa, Asia, and of the MENA countries that are a part of our federation, and also the region from America and Caribbean countries. We work all together. So what do we do? And what do we do in our organization? What have we done lately? Because we have been working since 2013. We are fighting for the rights of our workers globally. As you might already know, we are trying to diminish the impact of the pandemic, the lack of safety, lack of healthy conditions, also violence and harassment. We have been reinforcing the capacities, and we have been fighting for them to get together and be a member of our trade union. As you might know, we fight for the ratification of the Convention 189. We have 18 ratification already of this agreement, of this Convention 189. It is an international convention for domestic workers. This is of major importance of ratifying this Convention 189, that Spain has ratified this convention, but our major fight is the implementation of this convention, because this ratification should help us to implement this convention. Of course, we are fighting for the convention of the 190 convention. One of our major actions is to train our domestic workers to be able to speak out and defend their rights, and to help them to share their stories with the trade unions. So as leaders, we have carried out campaigns in the long run, and currently, as has been mentioned by Marlene, I am in Peru, in a Latin American forum, in the Caribbean region. I'm working to fight for the social rights of our workers. We are currently 14 countries, 22 members of these Latin American countries. Another project is to participate in the leadership program called Luna. Its main objective is to led us to a new generation of trade union leaders. It is important within the trade union's leadership to empower our colleagues, for them to carry on the fight. And as I've previously mentioned, Africa, which is a French-speaking country, we organized a seminar to train our workers in the social protection. In Europe, the International Federation is working with the EFAT trade union in order to reinforce the status of these domestic workers. This has been one of our priorities, and we hope to participate even more with the domestic worker associations that are migrant workers. Latin American, is also working with these tools, and where they are seeing the progression we are seeing within the welfare system, how Latin American is progressing with the ratification of the agreement on Convention 189, and also the inclusion of different rights within the social security system. Asia has also in the pipeline a manual, a handbook on domestic workers. This will enable us to be more aware about the gender issues and how to address violence. We are FITH is creating a platform for reinforcing capacities. The 8th of March, we launched a campaign to put an end to violence in and also we want to twin both Convention 189 and 190 to get hold of this violence issue in the area of domestic work, and to better implement the both convention of the ILO. It is important to get to know these conventions, and our major objective is to bring together the members in order to implement actions in a sustainable way, increase the creation of sustainable funds in an internal fund to strengthen the resilience of the Federation and also the engagement in the mission. And also, we are heading towards a 3rd Congress. And of course, there are always obstacles, but we are going to hold our 3rd Congress in Brussels, where we are going to designate the new heads of the board and of this federation that are going to carry on with this planning after 2023 for 5 more years. So this is a screenshot of what I wanted to say, what I could talk for hours, but the main element I would like to stress is the reinforcement of the trade unions that are a part of our federation in order to increase the visibility of the domestic workers. Thank you. I'm here for your queries and questions. Thank you. Thank you, Carmen.
Preguntas para Carmen.
Questions for Carmen about the FITH trade union, fifth?
Liano, spero di non mettere in difficoltà le traduttrici. Sono curioso.
I hope not to. I will speak in Italian. I would like to know if in Latin America we have also this kind of associations, employers associations, for example, for the hiring of these domestic workers, because I think it is important to have employers, or to hear the voice of the employers. Yeah, it's a great question. It is one of our objectives. All the countries should talk with employers, workers. There should be this meeting together. They should meet together. In Argentina, the workers, of course, talk about the wages, the increases of the wages with the employers, the working conditions, the agreements. Another country that worked was Uruguay, and another country that is in another sector. For example, São Paulo in Brazil, where in Latin America we have those kinds of debates and discussions. And also we have this kind of debates in Costa Rica, República Dominicana, and we also have those kind of dialogues in Peru, and they have what we call tables of discussion in order to agree upon the rights and the rights of the domestic workers and, of course, the wages.
Vale, pues no hay más preguntas.
If there are no more questions, thank you, Carmen. And I hope you will get a bit of sleep in these 2 hours you have got ahead. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. It's a pleasure to work for you. Thank you very much.
Vale, pues nada, ya estoy aquí. Vamos ahora a hacer la pausa.
Now we are going to have a coffee break, and so enjoy the coffee. So we have a coffee break until 11:40. Thank you. We have 20 minutes for the coffee. And I really insist on the fact that we have to be on time. So enjoy your coffee.
sientas aquí en el campo de la mesa. No, en la mesa. ¿Así? Así. Yo voy a estar ahí abajo. Siéntate. Pero se va a mirar el pie. Así. Así, apoyado. Vale. Apoyado. Ahí estás. Pero entonces así mejor, ¿no? Así estás. Y ahí tienes que avanzar un poco. La postura me indica. Para no salir. Eso. Y mírame así. Con las manos así, apoyadas, así. ¿Sí? Así. Es una foto de entrevista, ¿eh? O sea, que tranquila. Échate la mano. Ahí. Así, tranquila. Mírame a mí. Y la última ahí, ya está, se acabó. Aquí te has tendido la foto así. ¿Las manos cruzadas? Así, tú, como si estuvieras con las amigas de tertulia, así. Ahí, con esa sonrisa, aguántame esa sonrisa. Ahí estás, muy bien. Aguanta un poquito más, que ya estoy acabando, esta es la última. Aguanta ahí. Échate un poquito más para adelante. Apóyate en todo lo que puedas, ¿eh? Ahí. Lo más cómodo que estés. Ahí. Ahí estás. Se acabó. Pues ya. Te mandaré la foto. Perfecto. Si me das un correo electrónico. Sí. María Bastidas. ¿Cuál es tu nombre? Bueno.
No, sí, cursar sala 1. ¿Has encontrado la receta eso? Sí, sí, sí. Es que no sé, porque yo estaba ahí arriba y no sé. No, está ahí, ya he autorizado también la maleta. ¿Tienes algún perfil de cámara? Está en el estén 1, o sea que es el más normal. Porque veo como un algo. No tiene sí, y tiene es el de sombras, el V2. Ese tiene la gana. No, yo tengo uno que es estándar, pero la televisión está. Sí, el estén 1. A ver, no, le veo como una especie de anillo que parece como no, o sea, no el V2, hay un computador. Pues hay algunos que son de cine, y unos de 2 y 3 que le meten un poquito. Entonces, no sé si lo tiene, luego porque si lo quieres mirar. Sí, porque aunque lo tengas enfocado, Claro, para llegar hasta el luego te quedas sin apurar. Sí, mira la botella. A ver, ahora está filtrado y a 2,8 también. Con un ND, esa profundidad de campo, para romperte, te quieres equivocar y seguir para la ¿Qué se dice y cómo se dice? Eso es muy es que el me manda mensaje.
No te tengo que decir nada para que tires ahí, ¿no? ¿Tú crees que yo soy tan buen esfuerzo? Cero. Entonces estaba ahí y le dije, echamos cabretón, campeón. Y si no te digo, no haces nada. Nada. Sí. Pero sí, yo le quería dar las cosas. Y hoy me ha dicho que me va a traer algo, no sé qué. Tenía algunas frases así. Cuando un tío era vago, es trabajador, pero no fanático. Pues este es trabajador, pero no fanático. Pero que estás con un compañero, colega.
Are you looking for a plaque?
Sorry?
Are you looking for a plaque?
Yes, but I should have enough battery charge. Sentiamo qua Andrea. Here is my president, okay?
Okay.
And he's going to talk as the first one. Between, I come after him.
Okay, with a general presentation of what you do.
Yes.
Basically. Yeah. So we'll work a bit as in the previous panel. You
Okay.
will first present the organization and what the training, what you were mentioning about
No, the
training.
organization is him.
Okay.
I present the professional training.
Okay, but that is part of what that call
Yes.
does.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
sure.
And then we'll follow up with some questions.
Okay. Okay.
Tenemos una hora separada.
Sí, sí, ya me he hecho. Sí, perfecto. A la una cada hora.
Eso es. Vale, perfecto. Bueno, pues nada, ya...
Empiezo yo, ¿no?
Sí. Vale. Llego.
Vale.
¿Empezamos? Bueno, hola.
Good morning. We start this second table. We are going to address European experiences with colleagues from Italy and Austria. I will speak in English. My colleagues will talk in Italian, and from Austria in English.
Diversity of languages, but I think that will be fine with the translation. So it is a pleasure for me to be here moderating this panel on European experiences. We have with us Simona Durisova, who is a representative of the Organization of Domestic Workers IG24 in Austria. We also have Luisa Gardella, who is responsible for training of the Association of Employers Asindat in Italy. And we have with us also Andrea Zini, who is the president of Asindat in Italy. So I will ask you first to explain what your organizations are. Maybe we start with Asindat with Andrea Ziri explaining what this association, this organization of employers and the federation you are part of is, and then Luisa Gardella will follow up with explaining what the training and activities you carry out within the association. Thank you.
Bene, innanzitutto grazie di averci invitato, di avermi invitato, grazie della...
Thank you very much for having invited me, and for the warm welcome yesterday. After what we have talked this morning, it's quite easy to explain what is Asindat. Asindat is made up of families who have dependent relatives and care workers that are working indoors. And although I know that you might be trade unions or workers or employers, and for one reason or for other, you can be facing this kind of situation. You could become employers yourself. Life is ever changing, and sometimes perspectives are changed because things change. And next year, our association will celebrate 30 years. Our association was created to care about the agreement and the contract. And the interpreters are very good, so I thank them for the work, because we have been able to follow this conference in our own language. But this agreement that has more than 45 years of life, it is very much important. And I think it is at the heart of what I wanted to say, but I will just leave it for the end. Throughout these years, Asindat has given the voice to other associations and family associations. First of all, they had the need to be represented, so we had to act as lobbyists in face of local administration, local authorities, and also European authorities. Why not? So in these respects, we have been defending the needs, representing the concerns and the urgent matters that come up every day. In this respect, I would like to underline the fact we have improved, as in that COLF is not the only association of domestic workers existing in Italy. We have been able to create a federation in which we gathered three Italian associations called Fidalgo, but at the same time we have joined the European Trade Union effort that gathers the three regional trade unions. We have also a delegation here in Bilbao. We also have the representative of France. I think that the best practices take place in France, and we have to imitate that country. We also have Netherlands, and we also have Belgium as an example. We are getting bigger. The ILO has asked us to adapt ourselves. We have modified our statute, and although our name is European Federation, we are a world federation. And if we do not represent families in this dialogue, or this tripartite dialogue, is impossible. And I will insist on that. Families are not really aware of the political power they have in their hands, because all our communities are composed by families. So that's why we're starting from the grassroots, from the families, and what I often say, we have to keep this power in our hands. Because we said before, who is going to defend the families when we have to hire a domestic worker? The families are the ones, if they are well organized, are the ones that are going to be at the forefront of that. So don't forget the fact that this aspect is not we have to release to promote the social dialogue among the parties. In Italy, we carry out a lobbying activity which is focused on three main issues, and quite old issue we haven't solved yet, that consists in demanding the states the fact of being able to deduce from the taxes the work carried out by the care workers, because if it's in black, if it is not declared, if there is a work that is not declared, this issue won't be solved. And another major issue is the one called the Family Act. This gathers two issues: the support to birth rate and the empowerment of women. I think that these matters should be very much present, because we do not have the care to dependency and to children, but we also have to think about the care of our house, caring about their children, and we mustn't forget all these works that are done in a professional way by these workers that have been trained for that. Of course, the situation in Spain is very much similar to the one in Italy, but I knew before men couldn't enter in the kitchen. It's not the case anymore, but there are many families that are quite long but not very wide. So we have the grandparents, the grandchilds, but we do not always have the cousins or the uncles and aunts, so we do not have all this support from these different relatives. So the state can, it's very difficult for the government to provide all the services, all the attention, and to conciliate and to the job and the family life. On the 10th of November, we will meet together to address the Act on Dependency and with all the implications it entails. A system that is going to be an only system, a unique system to cover all the health sector and to get a greater visibility. That's to say, the house care, as it is mentioned in our national scheme. It is called Next Generation Youth. These are the European funds for the recovery, economic recovery of our sectors. Has this main objective as a priority because 95% of the elderly are living at home. So the facilities or public facilities haven't got the place or the room to assist more than 4 or 5% of those elderly people at home. They have to care about the situations that cannot be cared about at home. And has been already mentioned by Anchon. So this is the work we are carrying out. I'm talking about the strength of the family. In Italy, we have 2,200,000 workers that have a domestic worker at home. They are mainly female because 75%, much more, 95% of these domestic workers are women. So from them, out of them, 70% are migrant workers, and the rest are Italian. But if we look at the country of origin, these are workers that have been that have acquired Italian citizenship because they have been living during many years in Italy. And of course, we face many issues. For example, the Italian citizens do not want to work in this sector. We have been talking about this, the fact that there's not always decent work, or this work is not enough dignified. So we have 3 major obstacles for a worker to be working in this sector. This profession or this work has to be professional. They want to have a professional worker. We cannot be in this profession without training, both for elderly people, but also when we talk about children and small babies or infants. We cannot improvise this domestic work. All women, even those of the family, should even be trained to assist and to attend their relatives that also need to have an economic reward. This is not always the case. If we could, for example, reduce the cost from the taxes, it would be great. Not only the family would spend less in taxes, but they would also increase the remuneration in this sector. And the third issue is that there should be a social coverage, so a social security. In Italy, we have it. It exists. We talk then about the collective bargaining. It is not enough, but this collective bargaining exists, and it is here you have a copy of our collective bargaining. It is a thick handbook, as you can see, many pages. It has more than 45 years old. It's old. It will soon be 50 years old, and has been translated in different languages. Even in Spanish, it could be a good starting point for our negotiation. I am very happy to see the representative of the provincial government. I am a consultant that also works in Spain, and so we have a certain number of rules that should be implemented in all the countries. We have a set of rules that could be could be argued. It could be an argument, for example, in the court, if there is a problem. It takes on board different issues, social security, wages. We also have here at the table a specialist in that, but also we have also basic rules as the number of days of holiday, of sick leaves or and leaves, and there is also another piece of legal text that establishes a rule. And I remember that before the Italian collective bargaining did not have, there is a clause that was introduced in the convention at the beginning of the 80s, and if the referendum has suppressed the increase of 0.001 cents per hour, with the inflation in Italy that is close to 11.9%. According to the convention, we should increase at least at 80% and 8% the wages of the workers. So for those intern or living domestic work, it would be like 50%, 50 euros, for example. And then these are many aspects that should be put forward in order to reinforce the situation. For example, the possibility of deducing the labor cost in citations, and apart from this amount of workers, 1 million of those workers are working in not declared, undeclared work. And I would like to close with a proposal. I hope that this group of families that have Anton at the head will open the path to a greater awareness about the fact that we have to be a part of this convention. They have to do it. I'm really happy to see here the head of training of social workers. If he is going, because Anton is going to be defending the fact of being organized, because there is no profession of social worker if there is no convention. So we have to manage the hiring conditions, remunerations, payrolls, and I believe that these activities, I'm happy to say that SOS Racismo has organized itself to support these families. this means that those families were on their own with no resources, but I guess and I think that families can get organized. I've only talked about employers, but I am convinced of the fact that employers have had their voice up to now, and we have addressed all the needs of the employers. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea, for giving us this overview of what Asindat is and how families get organized in Italy. Surely many things to be learned and to discuss. So now, Luisa, you will brief us a bit on the yes. activities, the actual activities you do within the association in terms of training, maybe?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Grazie, buongiorno a tutti, grazie per l'invito, molto gradito.
Thank you very much. It's great to be invited by SOS Racismo Gipuzkoa. As you have listened to, it is an association of domestic workers, and we help the families to get a good agreement, both for the worker and the family, for the domestic workers to have a good remuneration and the family to be doing things in the right way. And of course, they do that also in collaboration with the trade unions, employers association. And the last activity we have launched is the occupational training and the certification of the skills. As in that curve, since 2015, is devoting a great amount of energy to training and to the acknowledgement and certification of the professional skills. So in this respect, it focuses on the organization of the bilateral organization in Italy, the Convention Agreement on Domestic Work has created a bilateral entity, Edit Colf, and has also created what we call a cash Colf. It is a fund for the workers. So this bilateral body is the one funding training at national level.
As in that call, as a social agent representing families, has funds, national funds, organized to organize the vocational training and to allow them to get through the certification process. And the courses are free for the workers, which allows access to this training. There's no financial limits to be able to be trained. Training is targeted towards 3 professional profiles. The first one is a family collaborator that is in charge of cleaning and organization of the home. This is a 40 hours course that is targeted to those that already have working experience, workers with experience, and that have a part-time job or are looking for another job and they have a time for training. It is technical training.
Soprattutto sulle competenze tecniche.
Not only about rights and duties, but also it's technical training regarding the dangers in a home, how to use detergent, how to help an elder or a person that is a dependent person. So the family collaborator is the first course, a 40-hour course. The second course is a course to assist elders, whether they are dependent or not. And this is a 64 hours course. And then there's a course for child carers. This is a training that has two features. First of all, it's a private. It is free, but the state doesn't recognize it. We could say it's a non-formal training course, and you don't get qualifications or a diploma. It is a training for those that already have experience or for those who want to, in a voluntary manner, continue with their training. The worker is the one that decides that they want to be trained, or the families send them to this training. As I was saying, this training is also free, so everyone can access it. Everyone who wants to do this job. Therefore, admission is based on the will of training and growing professionally and improve your working skills. The objective of Async.Conf is for domestic work to be more recognized, more decent, and for these workers to have better qualifications, for it to be acknowledged regarding know-how, knowledge, so that we give value to this job. So on the one hand, we have a good agreement, a bargaining agreement, and then the training to acquire important information, which makes the relationship and the contract to be a quality contract that satisfies both parties. This is something important for us. The second issue regarding training is that it is the start of a certification process. In Italy in 2019, there was a technical law that was passed that defines 3 professional profiles. It talks about the know-how, knowledge, and skills of the 3 profiles. One is family collaborator for cleaning, assistance to elders, and assistance to children. And this is a technical regulation that was passed in Italy in 2019. And that's the foundation for our training and certification. But if any of you want to, you can also have this adopted and implemented in your countries. These profiles are regulated and defined at an Italian level, not only at a regional level, because in Italy, like in Spain, we have different regions, and each one has its own autonomy. This national regulation covers the whole country. It is the base for career pathways of this type. The worker has to pass an exam to obtain the diploma or certification. After attending a course, and after a minimum of 12 months of work experience with a contract. And therefore, we have 2 things, training and experience, which are 2 objective requirements to be formally recognized regarding your skills. And the exam is also free. and anyone that complies with these requirements can do the exam. For our association, this is a guarantee of quality of the contract. When a family asks for a worker, because we are authorized by the ministry to do so, we can help them do so. And the first place where we search is amongst the workers that have obtained this certification. This is important for us to be able to guarantee equality. And if we can be useful for any of your projects, we're open to any future projects in collaboration with you. Thank you.
It's Simona's turn to explain. IG24 is an organization of domestic workers in Austria. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here in this conference to exchange the various insights, and I'm happy to connect and network with all the participants here. So firstly, I would like to explain or point out a little bit my personal background. I'm from Slovakia, and I've been living in Austria for 10 years. Both of my parents used to work as a live-in care worker, live-in care workers. Live-in means working in the household round the clock. And so I have a very good knowledge about the problems of 24-hour care workers, because I heard a lot of interesting and very sad stories, not only from my parents, but also from the mothers of my very good friends. And yes, I studied and wrote a master thesis on social and labor law-related disadvantages of care workers in Austria, in which I investigated the role of intermediary agencies. So this is the kind of my motivation to co-fund the IG24. IG24 is a migrant-led organization of live-in care workers working in the Austrian households round the clock. We understand our organization as a self-organization. Self-organizing is the goal. So that means that care workers come to us and explain their problems. We make a platform for them to exchange and to give us maybe new advices and what we should pursue for the future. And so this is one of our aims, because we think that the interest representation in Austria is not effective. Therefore, we understand us as an association which represents the interest in Austria of care workers. Although we are not the official union, we are only association, but this was a very important step to make in order to fight for better working conditions. So this is our overall goal. It might sound very general, but in the long term, we would like to achieve that the Austrian government replace the bogus or false self-employment by a regular employment. And I will explain briefly how the system of living care in Austria looks like, because this is crucial to understand how we claim or how the regular employment is so important for us in Austria. So we are not so far as you here in Spain in this specific field, so in the sector of living care. Maybe the areas in which we are working, so as I said, self-organizing, but as well peer-to-peer counseling. So the care workers counsel among each other. I'm also working as a counselor for Slovakian care workers, and we also make information campaign in their mother languages, because there are a lot of information regarding to self-employment, but they are not as good available in so good available in their own mother tongues. So this is our really big area or field of work. We have also a web page in 6 foreign languages with sections like FAQs, so frequently asked questions, where care workers can find all the important information regarding to self-employment. Another area of our work is policy and advocacy work. We were also involved in the care reform in Austria, where we claimed or where we presented all the problems and negative consequences of bogus self-employment. And we also do a lot of work with our communities, because currently we represent the interests of Slovakian, Romanian and Bulgarian care workers. All right, and I would like to explain a little bit the system of living care in Austria. So nearly 60,000 caregivers, predominantly women, rotate regularly within the transnational care space to provide round-the-clock care to elderly people in their own homes. And most represented countries are Romania and Slovakia. And Hungary, Croatia, Bulgaria or Poland, all these countries play a minor role. There are also some people from Austria who are working in this field, but this is a very, very less percentage of people. The emergence and establishment of living care was driven by demographic changes in the population and increase in female employment, as well as by processes of commodification and transnationalization of care work. So the transnational care space has already been shaped for 30 years. Since 2007, domestic care work is formalized and now can be legally conducted on the basis of the Home Care Act, either in employment or as a self-employment. In practice, the self-employment model prevails because of the expenses like social insurance and taxes, which goes along with the employment. Depending on the distance between their countries of origin and the households they work in, carers spend 2 to 4 weeks in Austria before returning home for the same period. So this is called a circular migration, and they do sort of a rotation or short shift periods. As I already mentioned, care workers work on the basis of trade license as a self-employers. This trade license is unrestricted. That means there is no need of professional qualification in order to obtain this trade license. As a self-employed, they are extensively, though not completely, protected by social insurance, enjoying the same rights as any other self-employed person in Austria. The Home Care Act allows caregivers to work as an employee. In such case, the person in need of living care, so to speak, the care recipient, is employer and has to pay all wage expenses. The most of the households cannot afford to employ 2 care workers, and therefore the self-employment of caregivers is widespread, as I already said. Instead of organizing the living care by the Austrian state, a huge private care market has been established, and the providing of care is carried out by private agencies. So in order to find new clients, most of the care workers undergo cooperation with intermediary agencies and are bound by their conditions. Practically, as a self-employed, they can carry out live-in care without placement agencies, but for that, certain language skills and knowledge of the legal framework are required. In fact, only a small percentage of caregivers are able to work independently. I already mentioned unrestricted trade. What does that mean? And this is very problematic because besides domestic duties, caregivers also carry out nursing and simple medical tasks, so there is possibility to delegate these tasks by professional care personnel. But still, without being qualified, caregivers are often forced to take care of gravely ill clients. However, they are fully responsible for the health of their clients and are facing sanctions or penalties if they put their health at risk. I would like to now point out the structural problems of false self-employment. The problem is that in fact caregivers carry out the live-in care under the authority and subordination of their clients and intermediary agencies. Since caregivers live together with their clients in the same household, this setting is also called live-in arrangement. Providing their services on call, they are fixed on one workplace as well as on needs of their clients and cannot independently manage their work and free time and workflow. Furthermore, care workers can take care only of a single client because they have to be available round the clock for him or for her in the household. This is a gray area which contradicts the idea of personal independence of a self-employer. False self-employment is also a result of the behavior of placement agencies in relation to caregivers, which I will now demonstrate. The placement agencies, in fact, they organize the whole sector, or the intermediary agencies. I need to find my notice. Yes. There are nearly 1,000 agencies which recruit and intermediate caregivers into private households. And they act as employers, in fact, because they undertake the organization of live-in care framework, so meaning contracting, and they also organize or undergo potential conflict management. Regarding to the organization of the live-in care, I would like to outline some activities of agencies. So placement agencies, first of all, conduct job interviews with carers, and for the purpose of registration, they collect their personal data. They negotiate wage with care recipients in advance. Respectively, the wage of carers is already the subject of their advertisement. And in order to maintain a good position in the competition on the care market, because between or among 1,000 intermediary agencies there is a big competition, they keep the wages on a very low level. So this is in Austria commonly referred to as wage dumping. For example, the Romanian care workers earn less than the one from Slovakia. Mostly all agencies have their own transport companies and force carers to use their taxi services exclusively in order to enlarge their profit. In some cases, if caregivers refuse the transport conditions of placement agency, the cooperation would not be possible and the contract would not be concluded at all. Many of caregivers are scared to travel to Austria by agency due to the exhausted drivers who are driving more than 14 hours with only little breaks. For example, in 2017, a serious car accident occurred in Slovakia and no single passenger, so a driver and seven female care workers survived. Contracting. In some cases, placement agencies exploit care workers with oppressive contracts. Such contracts include, for example, a non-compete clause under which caregivers agree not to work for a client without agency. Violation of such clause can carry a high penalty up to 6,000 euros for care workers. Authority to collect payments or to manipulate with the trade license of caregivers. We have also such problems. Despite the workers' formal self-employment and hence their right to issue invoices independently, agencies take charge of collecting payments and often, after retaining deductions or fees, pass them onto the care workers. I don't know if I explained it properly and you can understand what does that mean. I hope I couldn't explain it. For example, agencies retain social security charges and consequently caregivers are in debt. Or they cancel registration of the license, of the trade license of caregivers, and they cannot use their health insurance, for example. What are the consequences of bogus self-employment? Social exclusion. Caregivers as a self-employed are only partially integrated in the Austrian social system. They are insured by health, accident and pension insurance. Basic workers' rights such as collective wage negotiations, medical leave, pay holiday or unemployment support do not apply. Labor law regulation considering regulated working time and protection against physical and psychological stress is not guaranteed. This is highly problematic because carers cope with very exhausting work and are available 24/7. Unionization and institutional representation are not safeguarded effectively, as I already said, since the interests of caregivers and placement agencies are represented by the same expert group in the trade union, the whole branch is facing a serious conflict of interest. Furthermore, it is a well-known fact that officials working in the expert group either run their own agency or just work as an intermediary. Yes, I think I will stop now.
Thank you. Very interesting. It is very interesting to learn about what you do and also about all the problems and issues that exist in the Austrian context. And in this sense, I find it very interesting to see, of course, all the commonalities we already knew, like domestic work being a highly female sector with a majority of migrants working, and also I think a common theme is the absence of the state to cover the care needs of society, and which will increase in the future, as it has been said repeatedly. And also it's interesting to see how in different countries care is organized in different ways. We learned about the collective agreement in Italy, for example, while in Austria there's a majority of self-employment in this sector, and of course the role of the intermediary agencies in Austria, but in any country. I think this remains one of the hot topics in this area. So we are running out of time, and I wouldn't want to leave the audience without the opportunity of asking any questions. So Are there any questions? ¿Alguna pregunta?
Vale, eu tenho uma pergunta para a Luísa.
Hello, I have a question for Luisa regarding training. Who has designed the basic curriculum for those courses? The 64 hours courses or 40 hours courses? Who has determined that this is the number of amount, and what is the content of the training? Who has defined the content for training? And what is the impact of this training at an academic level when you negotiate, for example? Does this mean an improvement in the contract? Because if I'm going to be employed, am I considered to be in one category or another because I have the training? And also linked to this, we know that there is no resting time when you work in a home or provide cares. So what time do you go to that training? When are the classes? Thank you. Regarding the content of the training, there are specific regulations established by EBITCOT, who is the company that provides the training and that works on professional profiles. As I said before, they have technical contents. First of all, we start with the professional identity. Who is this, what we call family coordinator? We talk about the contracts clauses, and then we go on to technical content, cleaning, organizing time, organizing activities. Also the risks that you can find in a home, for example, the risks due to electricity or chemical products, the risks that you can find in a home, how you can prevent an accident at home, and how can you do things specifically. We do even have workshops for preparation of foods, preparing a meal, knowing what are the properties of the food products, the food pyramid, and what can this elder people eat or not, and what is the difference in food with an illness, or if you are an elder, if you have specific problems. I don't know, what are those food products that you cannot eat? This regarding food and food products. The other technical side of things would be to know textiles, how you iron them, how you clean them, how you organize a closet.
And when talking about care, we have, of course, on the one hand, the care for the elderly. We have to better know what is aging, what are the main pathologies, Parkinson, Alzheimer, and the other important pathologies or diseases of these group. How do elderly move, walk, for example, if they have to use a wheelchair, if they need a certain support, aid, or what are the manipulations done by the carer, issues with feeding and swallowing. It is important also to preserve autonomy, and we do not have to see the elder as someone that is just degenerating. We have to care about its major functions. related to the training and its impact on remuneration, we have to say that we have different conventions, not only for the training, but also for the certification for the workers, those who have been following the training, and then after the certification of this training, they can ask for an increase in their remuneration of 10 euros per month in their payroll. I can't remember the third question. Oh, yes. The training or those workers who work 40 hours or 54 hours if they are live-in workers, live-in domestic, they can attend on weekends once a week, for example, on Tuesday, but also on Saturdays. And in some cities, it is also possible to have these on a Sunday, but it is mostly organized on Saturdays. So those who are, it's true that those who are live-in domestic workers, they cannot really attend. Those who are in a part-time job, they can attend, of course, or those who are in a transition. They just lost their job, they are looking for another job, and during this time lapse, if they are active, they can just enroll on such workshops to improve their works conditions. But I want to underscore another element. Of course, if we still have families that are quite close-minded, but others are more open-minded, and they leave their workers to attend this kind of training without lowering their wages, their remuneration. So this possibility exists. There is but it depends, of course, on the time, we can also have on the schedules of these training courses. Sometimes these families have also other family members, relatives that can do a shift, for example. But the convention also stipulates that 64 hours could be devoted to training without losing remuneration. I've got a question. The representativity of the Employers Association to negotiate the agreements and conventions with the Workers Association. How do you enable families in these respects, and what is the role of your associations? What is the level of participation within your associations? Of course, we have hundreds of thousands of employers. So, and for Simona, within your association, do you provide a certain degree of consultancy to see what are the rights of the workers? What is your experience in this respect?
Parto io. Allora, è la stessa tipologia di organizzazione del sindacato dei lavoratori.
Yeah, we could talk about what is our organization. In Italy, we have different local structures. And we have a certain number of probes or thermometers that are going to detect a certain number of issues. And currently, one of the major issues we face is that it is the remuneration according to the number of years that have been worked. There are certain degrees of remuneration, but they're too high, and sometimes they do not even seek these kind of workers because they do not want to pay this increase. And this is an issue that has been put forward to us by different Italian regions, and we need a specific training beyond these 64 hours to address problems like, for example, Alzheimer and other specific pathology. And also when we talk about food, for example, children food, and this is also an important matter. Families are already sitting at the table. I'm a president of the association because I also have a domestic worker at home. I couldn't work in this structure because otherwise I wouldn't have this information. We are an association. We are not a high school or an outsider. Simona?
So regarding to counseling, this is an ongoing project in our organization. We inform regularly the care workers via Facebook, because this is one of the most platforms for care workers where they can get, so to speak, together and exchange and gain new informations. They work, as I said, on call. They have on-call work, and it's impossible or less possible for them to meet in person, to go on coffee, and to talk and exchange about their experiences. So Facebook is the most used platform in this sense. And for example, we inform them about their rights and duties, but we also share what we are doing in our organization. It's a very important and logical step. And I would like to mention, I forgot to say it, we organize, for example, now recently we started a legal process, so in front of the court, where a Romanian, we have find a Romanian care worker, which, how do you say it? Or I say it other in other with other words. The court should decide or make a decision that between a placement agency and a Romanian care worker exists an independent work relationship. This is the goal, because with this decision we want to achieve that the Austrian government look in this area and undergo steps or start to reform the branch. And we also share these informations and try to empower care workers that they should not be afraid, and in our organization they can get support, and because we think not only one decision will be needed, so we think there will be needed more decisions in order to push or make a political, push them under pressure, the political representatives, authorities. This is one of the examples.
Thank you. Okay, so I think it's time to close this table. I'm sorry, because I think many topics and many questions remain, but maybe we can continue after the event today. So thank you very much.
Comentar también que desde el online nos han hecho llegar un par de preguntas, pero que les damos.
Also have received a couple of questions from those who are online. So, but maybe we will send those questions to the speakers, and we will answer the questions through the chat. So don't worry, all the questions will be answered, but later on. Thank you.
Pues vamos a ir subiendo la última mesa. Bye. Bueno, ya con esta mesa finalizaremos.
So with this last panel or table, we will put an end to this conference, and thank you for being here and for being online. So we will start with the last panel.
Ondila, ez nintzalen, ere. Ai, ama.
Empezamos con la protesta.
Azken mai ingurura itxi gera eta jardunaldi hauetan interesgarriak izaten.
I'm sorry, she's just starting. She's speaking in Basque language, and we will resume in Spanish in a few minutes.
Puzlearen pieza diferenteak ikusten ari gerala. Comentaba que ya estamos completando el.
As I was saying in Basque, we are bringing together all the pieces of this jigsaw, and we will finish this morning with this last panel. We have addressed a certain number of proposals after an initiative that was launched in Gipuzkoa. We have addressed a certain number of specific proposals to go forward, and in order to appreciate these proposals, we have here at the panel a measure of Errenteria, of this town we are right now. She has been dealing with a very, very delicate situation during the pandemic. They have been facing very critical situations. Also, we have Maria Bastida. She's a consultant of the FITH, and she's expert in care schemes. A few minutes ago, I was mentioning the fact that we have on the table a certain number of proposals, ideas to go forward. One would be the creation of an office to help employers and care workers and domestic workers to be able to work in a better conditions. Do you think it is possible, the fact of creating an office of this kind? I'm sorry, we are really sorry, we don't hear? Yeah, no, yeah, yes, thank you. Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me. Yes, they are feasible, of course, because we already we have launched this project. We have talked about this office, and from the City Council of Renteria and the councils that are part of Oarsoaldea, which is the whole group of towns and municipalities, we strongly believe the fact that we need an office for these cares. And of course, when talking about this care work, it is something that should be present throughout our lives, and we will have to, at a certain moment in life, to strengthen these care activities. This means that the carers and those who are cared should have access to these facilities or these services, and this should be done in certain conditions. Of course, when we open the office of Oarsoaldea, we know that we have to fill in a gap because there is a lack of assistance in this respect, because these workers, these domestic workers, are often facing a difficult situation. They do not know where are their rights and obligations. And on the other side, families are facing a high degree of uncertainty because they are, their situations come up suddenly and from one day to the other, and those the family members are forced to find a solution, and they have to hire somebody. And these families are not able to face this situation. They do not know how to hire, what is the remuneration, etc. So we have been talking about the legitimacy of the city councils as the bodies that are closer to citizenship and to the work and the task role played by the city council. Of course, we have to fill in the gap, and we have to be a reference both for those who want to care and those who are the recipients of this care. So I strongly believe that it is possible. I think and I believe we should do that. We are in the midst of a process where we become a reference as an office. And of course, since the beginning of this project, we feel that we need support, and we are looking into new measures to be able to have this office. I might talk about them later on. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for having invited me, because I think this space is of major importance. It is an old subject, but also often forgotten, and a very little mentioned that we live on a daily basis, which is the care we give, the care to human. This life that depends upon women in the world, not only in Errenteria and in other small towns and cities, but throughout the world, and how this care protects life, safeguards life, but also upholds capitalist system. And I would like to address this issue because I think it is very much important to see what are going to be the elements of public policies in a system that is wasting the natural resources and the economic resources and even the human resources. And when I say it is weakening and wasting those resources, because we know that millions of women are working, caring about lives. First, the women at home, behind doors, even though women have been able to achieve and to obtain the right to work, but a lot of us, we only are in a transition, sadly. We are working, but in precarious conditions. And crisis, and not only the pandemic, but the social crisis, the economic crisis, and the political crisis we are facing today has underscored the crisis among the caregivers. When we talk about the crisis in the care services, it's because we are pointing at those who are caring. Women are the ones who are caring. Some women have improved their economy, some others haven't, but the great or the major dilemma in the 70s was the productive work that is still on our shoulders and the women throughout the world, including a colleague that have been working in this sector and that they are caring from the distance. And when we really feel bad because we leave our children or our elderly with others, what is the pain felt by those women who have left their children far away? They have come from the other side of the Atlantic and they're working here. We're talking about a major issue, but it is not enough taken into account by our policies. And I would like to score the fact that how can we deal with the national policies of care in the most developed countries? These are better considered, but in the less developed countries, we have still a lot of work ahead because they're trying to develop these politics. We see clearly that the United Nations, those bodies who are working and who are fighting for our working conditions. There is a great gap between the offer and the demand. We have a greater demand in the care services. It is going to increase because we know that the pyramid is inversing. And we're not talking about only the elderly. We're talking about our own generations. In 10, 20 years, we will be those who will need those care. We are talking about ourselves and the ones that are coming. So if this is the situation, what can we do? We have also a lot of institutions and bodies of the United Nations and NGOs and civil society. They have underscored the effort made by these domestic workers to bring about on the public agenda an issue that is not only our responsibility as domestic workers, but that is the same for all women in society, because we are talking about these care services that are underpaid, precarious, and that are undermining the life of individuals. So when we talk about proposals, we have to do it from this perspective. There is a huge debate. We are still making great efforts for women. If we have to improve the conditions of these women, or we have to look at the system that is undermining our working conditions. And what about the carers? We have to understand care services as a right to care, but also a right to receive this care. It is a key issue that has to be addressed in this whole reorganizations of the care services. That is on the top of the agenda. How can we acknowledge and redefine and redistribute these care services on a daily basis, because still today, in the 21st century, this is not acknowledged, despite the effort we are doing through the different acts, Dependency Act, or are we answering this issue? And three, in this framework, how reorient this issue of the domestic workers. I'm not talking about those who are not declared, the undeclared domestic workers. They are well behind. And we are also wives, daughters, mothers. We are caring. But it is considered as something normal. You have to care as a daughter, for example. And it has been mentioned previously, the problem is within the family, but this issue is only for women. Because despite the great efforts we are doing, we as women are assuming this, because it has been like that during centuries. We are forced to care, because if we do not do that, we are badly seen, and we have to care about our family. We have to work outside home. We have to care about the family. And what about my life? And what can I say as a human being? I need time. I need to rest. I need resources. I need money. I'm talking about women in general, because women employers also face difficulties, because they're not only hiring and just not caring, because they have to follow up the situation. Why it is always in the hands of women? It is a major issue, because I insist, they also have to care about their daughters, sons, and that are far away. What can we do? It is important that the city council should create a space for the offer and demand. Of course, it is important. It is not only the offer or the supply, but it is only a small part of the issue. The problem of care service is not a matter of information and training. Of course, it is important, but it's also an economic issue. We have to invest. Are the governments ready to invest to solve this problem? It is a political problem. It should be prioritized by the problem. So, are we going to open doors to be present in the political forum? Are we going to invest in new centers to care about children, the children of those women who are carers? We cannot leave seeing that things are not done in the right way, because they are caring, but they are really suffering. And nothing is said. This has been seen throughout the pandemic. A lot of people that died, and we haven't been able to say goodbye. It has been really a bad situation, and we are going back to the same situation, sadly. And another element I wanted to mention.
Esta experiencia, y aquí me permito, claro, invitarla a la señora.
How does this experience, and I want to now speak directly to the mayor, that of course she said yes to this initiative and to being here because she's a woman, and she's saying we're trying to do this. but not always we have engaged politicians or authorities that say we're trying to do something about it, because you invite them and they don't join you in the meeting. Just sit as women and find solutions for your own problems. But when we need the political lever, they say, yes, care is part of the agenda, but not in practice. So as I was saying, Madam Mayor, that you have a great opportunity, and that is to make of this a small territory, wonderful territory that is bold enough, because it's not simple, to be a pilot project that takes care as a fundamental element of local development and territorial development, because there cannot be any economic, social, or political or financial development if care is not part of the agenda. And I will tell you why. Because care is making sure that people can go to work. They are supporting families and also businesses. If there were no carers that take care of these workers in businesses, how would these businesses exist? So cares are part of the economy. The question is, do we need to invest? Yes, of course we need to. Is it easy? No, it's not. But let's allow ourselves to have pilot projects, specific projects, to demonstrate everyone that it is possible to create cities of care. Because there is political will, there is a framework, and thanks for the effort that SOS Racismo is making, because they brought together the different stakeholders. They've done something that is difficult. We have the academia, we have the organizers of domestic workers. So what was missing there? Well, we need to move forward. Thank you. It cannot be better said. You've mentioned a word that I believe is key, and that's ethics. With no ethics, there's no care and there's nothing. How to support those relationships that we've mentioned before, because as you said, different stakeholders are present here. So how do we make these relationships of care to be more ethical? Another proposal was being to have a quality grantee or a seal. I don't know how we can develop steps to move forward regarding this. Well, I'm going to look back in time, because I share the philosophy and the ambition of care being an element of local development. And in fact, the pandemic put before our eyes a reality that already existed, but that became more evident with the pandemic, and that is the importance of care, as well as all the vulnerabilities and lacks of dignity that are linked to caregiving. It is true that after the pandemic, we reflected on how we could move forward towards a more decent care, and how we could relaunch the mediation office between caregivers and families that was created in 2017. And we reflected on the importance of the Dependency Act that set the framework for this year, where you can, at the end of this year, be seen or not legally as a caregiver. And this is also something important for families to be able to receive the benefits that are linked to caregiving. And that's why we believed it was important for those women caregivers working as caregivers that didn't have the accreditation and hadn't been able to access it because of a lack of time, or because the families didn't give them enough time, or because they couldn't pay for the training. we saw that as an institution we needed to do something about it, and that's why we decided to organize courses and to do it with Maitela, Bedis Bide, and SOS Racismo, all these organizations that are close to us and that also help us work in an ecosystem in which, of course, the town council has its legitimacy, but the different organizations are also legitimized and they help us move forward. And what we did at the time was to put in place 4 free courses so that they were at hours that were adequate for these cares during weekend or during the week, but at a time that when they could attend. This has been an interesting path. The truth is that it has been done nowhere else, so we've organized it from our institution, the town council, hand in hand with the different associations and organizations working with families and carers. And this brings us to a very interesting situation of mediation with carers and families. And with lots of people have contacted us to know the courses, the times, and so on and so forth, which has allowed a very interesting conversation. And together with the training courses, we thought there was also a need to put in place an awareness campaign and raising awareness in families of how the women, mainly women that are carers, are workers at the end of the day. And you've said, yes, they are like one more person in the family, but that's a different kind of relationship. Even though they are in your home and very close to your family, they are workers. And when we employ a woman to work as a carer, we are becoming employers, and we need to be aware of what we're doing, what are our duties, and our obligations. And what we observed is that the training that we've put in place has allowed us to create a relationship with families that employ carers and women carers, and therefore the office that we created in 2017 has been a way to progress. And on the other hand, to give value to raising awareness. And we are now working with the different stakeholders that I've just mentioned on an awareness campaign where we want to give people information about the office so that if they need a carer or if they need to find employment, they have an institutional reference. And we also want to raise awareness on everything that has been said today. When we employ a woman for this kind of duties, this is a work relationship. How important this is to be able to have decent working conditions, and also so that the woman can provide the adequate care.
Si un sello de calidad puede ser interesante.
I don't know if this quality seal or stamp is something that would be interesting. I don't know if we're speaking about mediation companies, and someone has said, yeah, is this the model that we want to promote? For companies to be in charge of being mediators between carers and families? Or is it the institutions that have to be in charge of at least the mediation? This is something that I'm asking you. Or maybe the institutions doing even more beyond mediation, because why do I have to be an employer if the institutions could be the ones that would provide the care needs as we do with home assistance? In any case, if we limit ourselves to mediation, these companies are necessary for mediation. I don't know what the reality is, but the people here will know it better than I do. And on many cases, there is a vulneration of the rights of the workers, violation of their rights. Is this the model that we want to promote? This is the issue. And if part of the ecosystem in caregiving are companies, then maybe it's interesting to have this quality guarantee. Yes, to be able to have more quality. And also here we have the experience of cooperatives, care cooperatives, which are also a very interesting experience. Maria, how do you believe we can progress? Well, I believe it is important to not lose the perspective of the right to decent care. And in this framework, the role of a local government is extremely important. It's not so marginal, because even the SDGs 2030 in the objectives, they talk about 5 strategic axes to confront the issue of poverty in the world through the compliance of these 5 SDGs, where we have gender equality, and where they say to regional, local and national governments to develop specific measures that have to be complied with, because we all have to comply with what the member states have signed regarding the SDGs. And it's also important to speak about how to work on mediation. And the issue is, who is mediating with whom? Who is a representative of whom? And local governments here have an extremely important role. Why? Because they are the authority of the territory, the one that decides its policies, and therefore it cannot be at the margin of, but be part of it, so that the representatives of the difference, because for example the Labor Ministry has a great role regarding what's the situation for the taxes of the domestic workers. We cannot continue violating their rights, even though there have been some amendments in the regulation. The mechanisms for it to be complied continue to be deficient. That's one example. 2, the right to social protection. In the 21st century, the domestic workers, and I'm only speaking about domestic workers because I don't want to mix with these workers that are informal workers as relatives or family members that on many occasions are not acknowledged. But many of these domestic workers have no social protection.
Por todo lo que ha pasado con la
recently, because of everything that's happened with the EU, we now have the right to unemployment benefits. And there's lots of misinformation regarding this. And now we need specific measures to work on everything that has to do with dissemination. What does this right to unemployment mean? There's so much misinformation, and there's lack of knowledge between both employers and workers. And a key element is that now we have to disseminate all the information in the new regulation. And at the same time have compliance mechanisms, and the local government has an important role. Not only in intermediation, you have a job, you get this job. No, it's not only that. It's not only supply and demand. Yes, that's part of mediation, but also compliance of basic rights for everyone when they work. And also, another discussion element is how we work on the deconstruction of those things that we learned, women and men. And it also has to do with gender issues, and how, since we're children, they show us that women are good caregivers. It's incredible that in the 21st century, women still believe that we have to be caregivers, and they made us believe, and everyone believes in a family. So how do we stop this narrative? Because it should be a co-responsibility with my partner. You're helping me, you're not helping me, it's your obligation, because children need care of both their parents. How do we understand the right to the care of our mothers and fathers? This is further away, and the new generations see it as even further away. And I'm surprised to see in the 21st century how many families take them to the care homes and just leave them there. Grandparents in Europe are dying because they feel lonely. It's not the problem of a physical illness, it's loneliness that is killing them. What are families doing to overcome this loneliness of our mothers and fathers? And this is an obligation of everyone, women and men, to take care of those that gave us a life and did everything for us, but still we're not able to be with them in that process. Not to say how proud we are, but the state has to generate conditions so that I also have the right to enjoy the care of my mother or my father without being punished. Regarding the loss of a job, because that's why we talk about the cost. Because you are caring for this mother or father, and when they pass away, then what do you do then? How do you learn how to live in loneliness? Because this human dimension of the caregiver, who is working on this, who is studying this, where's the training for that? Do you imagine what it is to take care of your mother or your father 24 hours? You've lost relationships, contacts, networks, almost everything because you're dedicated to them. Where are the institutions? Because you even need to face situations of discrimination, because sometimes you face this kind of situations in an institution when you go to get an injection, for example, and they say, wait, it's a whirlwind of work. How does the local government not only create awareness, but the domestic workers know what they have to do. They already know how to clean, how to do everything they have to do in the home. So is this training also incorporating the human dimension for these domestic workers that also need emotional support? So let's say do a workshop on self-esteem, a 1 year, day-to-day workshop. Does it help this grieving process for many of these women? So let's have training with a human dimension, because certification not always goes hand in hand with this emotional processes. You just get a diploma certification, and I believe it's another element to take into account. All the everything that has to do with dissemination and awareness at different levels, at a political level, because we need to raise awareness and skill policymakers. They don't see it, and if they see it, they don't want to do anything about it. So how do we work at that level? How do we work inside structures, for example, city councils? So because the technical staff also has to be aware, and how do we also work in the academia? Because now we're all concerned and creating and doing research because there are resources, but this is some transitory moment, because resources will later go on somewhere else and we won't be taking care of caregiving once again. So how do we work on awareness of the researchers, of the different sides of economy, not only social workers and nurses. It has to be mainstream in training. Caregiving has to be mainstream and cross-cutting. Also, students have to be aware of what the situation is. How do we work also with the structures of our own NGOs and cooperation agencies so that care is part of the institutional policy? And of course, how do we work on the skilling of domestic workers specifically to work on this double dimension? Because we are citizens, but at the same time, we want to provide them with help and help ourselves to unlearn what we've learned and incorporate new values and not feel bad when we stop caring, because women sacrifice so much, and in some occasions so much that we end up in a very bad situation. And who is paying for all of this? So it is important to provide support to this woman, because for example, when the elders pass away, the family sometimes not even say thank you. And who thinks about this woman that gave their life to take care of this elder? Do they know how to grieve? We're not interested at all. Well, we're speaking about a human being that has created a link. And I would like to finish by saying, if we really want our parents and our children, we need to, first of all, learn to take care of those that are caring for them, who are the most precious people in our lives. So we have to do that from public policies, not something that is only done for women. And how do we strengthen workers' associations, domestic workers' associations? It's not easy. That's why I wanted to talk about all these associations that are working with many difficulties in Spain and in the world, because it's not easy to get organized when you are working 24 hours per day. At what time do you finish? And when you finish, you have to run home to leave everything ready for your own family. So we also need to ask ourselves, we need to adequate our schedules for their skilling. Go to Facebook. There's many courses. Right now, I saw on the press in the territory that it says, well, workers only have so much time to be certified. The question is, did they decide not to do it? Or maybe the system and the structure is doing nothing to facilitate this skilling and certification? And finally, how to structure networks of both the domestic workers, and have also and take into account different examples. For example, Uruguay has a specific association of employers that is part of the negotiation at a national level for social negotiation, as our colleague from Argentina explained, to decide on wages, social protection, and with this perspective, many Latin American countries are working. How do we create the mechanisms of the social dialogue between workers and employers, but also between workers, employers, and the presence of governments? In this case, the local government will have a very significant role working on this space of social dialogue, where we respect the dynamics of this institution, but we also structure a common objective, because care has a common objective. We are fighting against nothing. We're simply fighting to make sure that we can provide support to the lives of human beings, and we can work with different resources beyond social, political, and economic interests. And I believe this is a wonderful element we should have to make the most of after the pandemic, to link the local and territorial efforts and make possible what we are mentioning. Care, adequate care, not only for those that are in care homes, but also for ourselves that will be there very soon, and also for those that are providing that care. Care is fundamental for the sustainability of life in our world.
Parecen unas palabras otra vez muy clarificadoras en la que un verbo que se está escuchando mucho es vulnerar.
You're talking about vulnerability a lot, but sometimes we're more ignoring. Sometimes we're ignoring this whole sphere, and we don't want to see the situation. I'm sure that here in Renteria are many families that confront this situation. And many of them, it's women that are trying to find a job and working in homes, and many families that need help to be able to provide care for our relatives. So how do we prioritize? And what are the main axes to try and solve these situations nowadays?
Yo creo que es difícil prepararse, ¿no? Para cuidar.
It is difficult to be ready to provide care, but there are moments in life in which it can be more intense. And today we've seen examples of this. I believe it's difficult to be prepared and foresee that we're going to need more care than the one we need throughout our lives. And this makes it more difficult being able to get organized, generate a network, and generate association and collaboration and spaces where we prepare ourselves for this stage. In any case, and taking into account what we've come to speak about today, I would underline the fact that we need decent care, and for this care to be decent, we need to make this recognized job, and this is done through regulation. We also need to know that it is very clear that when we employ people, we have to be ethical, and of course we need to provide that person that we are employing the same conditions with which we would like to work. But it's not always possible for many families. The situation that Anton mentioned, sometimes it's something you cannot do. So can we prioritize? How can we help families do so? Well, first of all, it's an individual decision, because when we're talking about care, we're talking about each home and what is done there, and then we have the institutional side of things and the protection provided by the institutions. And this is the effort that from the local sphere is being done by our town council to provide an advice service in which both sides have an awareness of what they are committed to. This has been what we've decided to focus on. And Maria, when you were speaking about training, yes, we've all reflected on what you were saying. We are demanding this carers training that they already have.
So these bets to provide this free of charge training, we think that the fact of making this effort is going to enable them to get the decent job, because with these competences they will be able to have access to this market. Of course, if they can train and if it's free of charge, it's great. But of course, system should organize itself in order to ensure the fact that these women are going to have a decent work in the following years. Regarding the institution, and the support given by the institutions. Of course, I've mentioned a certain number of issues. If the services intense and they have to be delegated in the families and they have to be administered by the own families, with the implication of the institutions in the homes, this shouldn't be greater than today. So we should provide a coverage that is non-existent currently. So, Maria, to finish up, this system is a domain where it is difficult to dive in because we see our future, we see ourselves in a certain years, and it is not easy to dive in. Where do you think we have the weaknesses we can prioritize to progress? I've got a great faith in all this system, and I'm sure we're going to progress. I believe in another world. This faith we are losing with this capitalist system that is just showing us that the only way forward is to save ourselves. And I think that we have to build again what we have lost. I'm saying that we have lost it because we have a long story of fight, struggles. All the achievements haven't been free of charge. For example, for people as my mother, not only the right to work remunerated, but the right to care in a non-remunerated way. My mother died not long ago. She was 91 years old. When I took her to the doctor, they told us she had only 4 months of life. And she had to take drugs. And the doctor said, well, it's a life. Your mother wants to live life. She lived a life caring about us. And I said, I'm not going to give these drugs to my mother. I want her to live a decent life. And she lived 4 years and not 4 months. 4 years. She was happy in her wheelchair, cared about, but of course this care has meant a lot of tension, a lot of dedication, and myself and my sister, and we all had the help of my brother-in-law, and I could talk hours about that. It was very, very, very difficult. They gave us life. We have to care about our parents. They have a right to live a decent life and to have a decent death. And so we had a project, my sister and myself, we had a decent care for those people who gave you life, gave birth to you. This was our project. But I'm not inviting you to my project, and I'm not inviting you to do the same thing. But I just want to tell us how the state should get involved, because it is the maximum responsibility. We are addressing this in our own way, but I have to insist on the fact that women are the less favored, because we have to dedicate a lot of time. We do not earn a penny, and we have to change jobs. We have to leave our jobs. It is not an only issue for women, it is a social issue for the whole society, and governments have their obligation to meet their engagement. We mustn't forget that. Society should also have obligation. I insist, workers they need people. And how can we generate productivity in companies? Someone is gaining this money. There is a work that is not acknowledged, and we are cared. The state, the companies, society as a whole has a major role to play. And families, we have to play a role. We have to redistribute the roles among women and men. It's not only a matter of women. I insist. But this is going to take us a long time. We will have to fight for our rights. We will have to say, I do not want to care because I need my time. I need my job. But of course, we do not do that. We have to fight. And also we have to get together. We have to empower ourselves. We also have to get together with the employers' women. My employer maybe is not acknowledged in my work, but they are precarious, in precarious situation. And sometimes we discuss with our employers that are women. If we get involved, I'm sure we could get solutions. We have to get involved. We have to get committed. And then we will be talking about co-responsibility of the care services. We do not have to limit ourselves to look about it. We have to assume care services among men and women. And from this perspective, how can we reinforce the situation? I believe firmly that organization is of vital importance for changes and social changes. As individuals, we cannot do a thing, but if we get together, it's different. In a collective way, we can strengthen that. Not long ago, in a conference, we stated, and if we decide to stop only one day, not 10 days, to go on strike one day, if we stop one day, the whole system stops. And I can assure them the system will stop. And it works. But how can we do that? How can we start working to raise awareness about that? And this kind of conferences, like the one today, are the seeds of many, many possibilities. Only in that way we will be able to progress. Because if we think about a structural problem, we are going to lose strength. We have to act from the grassroots, but also we will have to have an impact at world level. That's why it is interesting to see this. And of course, this is saying a lot about its person and its political will, of course. I insist on that fact, because not only all the authorities are ready to do that. How can we rely on other groups that can join, and we can join forces all together? This is very much important. A lot of things have been said. We can ally all these proposals. For example, the experiences of our friends from Austria. When you can see that in Austria there are also issues. They have their own issues. And how can we reinforce what has been said this morning by the different organizations of this town? We have the Domestic Workers Association, the Training Academia, Of course, all the workers are not here. They would have loved being here, but we have the privilege of being here because while I'm talking, they are cleaning, they're cooking, and they would love to be informed. And I think it is very important to rely on the media. What is information? How can they process that? We have to give information, and any kind of people can read, can interpret. But not only that, because language is also a barrier, and these limits are self sometimes. But we have to use the social media. Social media are a good weapon, a good tool to have an impact, to get together, to exchange views. And I'm sure that in Latin America, as they are listening to us as well, it is an interesting element that could give us hope and to fight for our dreams. Thank you. It's a good way to close this conference, thinking about all those women who are caring, working. Thank you very much to both of you. Allez, round of applause for them. Thank you. Now, we have to close. I don't know whether there are questions. I guess we have to thank you, and we are going to close. Thank you.
¿Alguna pregunta, algo? O si no, ya terminamos.
If there are no questions, we're going to close because it's quite late. Okay. No questions, so thank you very much.